Hi, hello, welcome. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. My weekend's been good. It's a little oppressive with the heat and humidity where I'm at, but nothing that staying inside don't fix. So today's a very special Gran Turismo stream, because I'll be competing in a very special event called the Polyphony Digital Cup. And for those that don't know, it is an entire racing series with long races in practically stock street vehicles. So this required a little bit of off-stream testing and tinkering. So yeah, I think I found something that'll work for this. But because I didn't save any of it, I will have to get it again. So, because when I was working around with it, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna save this because it was purely for, like, experimentation purposes. So, I did a little bit of off-stream. I wouldn't necessarily call it grinding, because it wasn't really grinding for anything. It was more like I was just testing and tinkering around with some stuff and seeing what I could get to work with this series, because this particular series has very specific and strict rules. So always fun to see where my where I can do things. Also, yes, I'm doing pretty good. I got what's left of a shake right now, because we ordered shakes. But yeah, we're gonna get into it and we're gonna have some fun. Now, as you might have noticed, I got a new car between last stream and this stream, because I saw that this comes in a very special color. So I got it because it matches my race car. Well, sort of. It's not one for one the same green, but I figured, what the heck, This is not what I will be using for the Polyphony Digital Cup, by the way. This is about the speed of vehicles that I can expect to see within the Polyphony Digital Cup. There is also one specific prize car I want to get from the Polyphony Digital Cup, but I haven't done that last race, so, I could absolutely go ahead and then do that last race afterward to all gold it. So, it's not that big of a deal. But I did use the last race as a sort of test bed, because the car I want to use is none other than this. This is a very specific vehicle. It is particularly expensive, but this does fall into the criteria for the Polyphony Digital Cup. Now, to explain, the Polyphony Digital Cup allows stock vehicles, like stock road-going cars only. So no concept cars, no race cars, no street cars that have been modified with engine and drivetrain upgrades. Tire upgrades are absolutely fine. So, I can slap new tires on this. I am absolutely allowed to buy the rule set given by Polyphony Digital Cup. because it's essentially the same rule set as the Roadster Endurance that I have yet to do, but with the caveat of I'm not restricted to one specific group of cars. I'm restricted to a much wider group of cars. So this is something I tested off stream. This thing, performance-wise, has the capacity to wipe the floor with literally everything that shows up. With, like, no issue. And I tested a few cars out for that. There was this one. There was an Aston Martin DB7, which didn't perform all that well because, you know, it turns like a boat. This quite literally was the best vehicle from my test sessions. And yes, it does come packaged with race tires. But we're getting racing super slicks because these are going to be long races. Like, to provide context, okay? The very last race of the Polyphony Digital Cup is at Tokyo Route 246-2 for 20 laps. Now, let me put that into perspective here, because 20 laps is a fifth of what I had to do for that 100-lap endurance. So these are not short events by any means. Like there's Toronto Mountain 2, Midfield 2, Rome 2, Special Stage 5 2, Seattle 2, Apricot Hill 2, Deep Forest 2, Special Stage Route 11 2, Gran Valley 2, and Tokyo Route 2. These are all backwards. Every race in this entire series is a backwards variant of a track in this game. And if you look at the regulations, I fit every criteria. I have the S license. I have a normal car. I have, like, no upgrades aside from new tires. This thing is absolutely legal for the series. And this thing puts out a lot more speed and power than everything else. Forgive me, I'm like at the bottom of a milkshake. Let's get that music on. So I do have a little bit of snacks with me right now. I got some of those, if you've ever heard of the Chester's fries, but I got them in the ranch flavor. They're really good. Yeah, before the first major corner, I'm already in first place. That's how good this car is. But I can't upgrade the braking, I can't upgrade the engine, I can't lighten the car. As it sits with the tires, this is the only way I'm allowed to drive this thing in this cup. Which is why I specifically picked this car. Well, that and from my previous testing, this has the best tire degradation balance out of everything I tested. So it looks like that Nissan Z is doing a pretty good job of keeping up. That was a car that never showed up when I tested this series out. So like, I have no test against this vehicle. It's funny because I have a Nissan Z concept. It's got every modification in it, so like, no, and you know, it's funny. I found out through like trying to figure out what car to use that there are some modifications you can get in this game that you can't remove once you've bought them. Just because like, I wanted to see if I could bring the Corvette Gran Sport to this event. I like the 4th gen Corvette, and it's pretty much well balanced with everything in this field. But I can't because it has a lightweight tune-up and it has a port polish tune-up that I can't remove. And that makes it ineligible for this series. I can take everything else out but those upgrades. So obviously, my plan was just, I'm going to test out a few things, and this passed every test. And by every test, I mean the only test I ever put it through, which was how it drove against the field. Let it be known, I did do my homework with this series. Can't even upgrade the brakes, so the brakes this has, I'm just stuck with. I find it funny that there's a series in this game, this specific series. You can only drive stock cars, yet it requires the highest and most difficult to obtain license in the game. Now my tires are warming up, so I'm performing a lot better around the corners. How was everyone else's weekend been so far? Are you doing good? Out in the heat is surviving the heat waves. Especially in my area, it's really oppressive right now. We're seeing a bit of a cool down now. gapping on this Nissan lady. Z is gapping on everyone else too, so like, that's incredible. This doesn't have the best brakes in the world. Oh, the Z's pitting. Just me, or has anyone else been getting like articles and YouTube video recommendations about Legend ZA and like people getting their hands on a demo for it? I can't be the only one that's gotten recommendations to that. Oh wait, that might have been where the demo was then. I forget sometimes they like to, like, do stuff like that. Sometimes Nintendo and Game Freak, they do stuff like that. They'll, like, have a big thing that they host, and then, like, they'll show off something there. Like, it's not a terrible way to advertise the product. Also, I don't know the validity of this statement, because I haven't been able to, like, check it for sure. But I keep hearing that Palworld is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Oh my god, it's not even shuffling. Can you, for once, in your miserable life playlist, do what I tell you to do? Oh my god. No, yeah, I've heard, and I can't confirm it, because I haven't been able to check yet. And I find it so funny, if it is true. Just considering everything that Palworld's been through lately with Game Freak. Oh yeah, Palworld. I actually have tried a tiny bit of Palworld, not enough to, like, have a super formative opinion about it. But I have tried a little bit of it. Character customization is actually pretty good for it. I love character customization in games. It can make some real fun stuff. Right, I'm sure a lot of people have heard of Palworld. It's kind of made waves. I just think it's funny that if it actually is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, it's really funny considering just, like, how much crap Game Freak's been giving that company. Oh over the last, like, year or two. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Game Freak and Pokemon, mostly Pokemon. Like, Pokemon will always have a really special place in my heart, but them constantly going after Palworld for stupid things makes them seem really stingy. Because they've been, like, the dominant monster-catching RPG game for, like, 20, 30 years. It's also the highest-grossing media franchise in the world, and they can't fucking do voice acting in their games. Like, y'all can afford that. Game Freak can afford it. Can't convince me for a moment that they couldn't. Okay, so it is almost 30 years old. Almost 30 years old, and not a single game in the core series has voice acting. And it's been really funny the last, like, generation or two, considering they've introduced musical characters. Like, I don't need to remind people that Pierce and Rhyme exist, two musicians that use vocals, and the games don't have voice acting in them. Like, it was understandable for the old games, because, like, you know, how are you gonna do that with a top-down experience like that? Especially with, like, all those limitations. It's interesting that you point that out. It's like, yeah, the anime is good for giving a voice to Pokemon. Also, I'm gonna fucking fit. You gotta understand that, like, it's 2025, and literally, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza has voice acting. And it's primarily just Donkey Kong making random noises, or, like, other characters making... It's like what they did with Mario Odyssey, where, like, the characters just... they speak gibberish. And then you got Pauline there speaking clear, no joke, English. Doesn't make me think that much less of Pokemon as a company or as games. For them to not have voice acting, it would just make more sense if they had the musical characters in these newer games have voice acting. Because I'm sorry, I want to hear Pierce sing his heart out, or I want to hear Rhyme sling a rap or something. Scarlet and Violet even have a joke late in the game about Larry not talking very loudly, and it's hard to convey that kind of a joke through text alone. Like, it just kind of made that joke fall flat a little bit. Cutscenes in Scarlet and Violet that felt like they could have been a lot better with voice acting. Says something when the fandom is doing that sort of thing. When the highest grossing media franchise in the world won't even throw a couple of dollars at it. That's another thing too with like the anime. I have a problem with like the anime and merchandise being like primary excuses for Game Freak being on such a tight deadline for every generation. It's like, okay, yeah, merch lines is a little more understandable, but I don't know. I feel like throwing the anime out as an excuse. Just, I don't know. I just don't get it. No, how much you want to bet, with as much hype as Legend ZA has, that it's just going to be another game with no voice acting? Also what gets me with that is, like, they don't put voice acting in their game, yet they'll have voice acting in, like, the advertising, or, like, in certain spin-off games, they'll have voice acting. Like, Pokken Tournament. That one has voice acting in it. It's not blood, but it's more than what the mainline series gets. And like, I've seen so many good fan dubs on YouTube for the Pokemon games. There are really talented people out there. unironically enjoy fandub content. That's just another really fun way to see how people live and enjoying certain, like, games. It's always really nice to see, like, there's always, like, a side of a certain, like, some fan bases that do really creative stuff. And they just do it because it's fun. And I want to say, like, that could also extend to Pokemon fan games a little bit. Like, it doesn't have to be framed in a way where it's like, oh wow, these fan games are so much better, why aren't they doing this? To me, it's more like, this person or group of people love this series so much that they make their own, like, fan content for it. And it's always really fun to see it. Like, I'm gonna be real, I picked up a Pokemon fan game recently. I was mostly convinced to do it by, my friend, but, you know. Because I had never dipped my toes into fan games before. There's like a lot of really creative fan games for Pokemon. I honestly think I might stream one if I decide to get my hands on it. And I think that would end up being Pokemon Infinite Fusion, because that just... it's really funny. Basically like playing the Kanto games, but like almost every Pokemon is in the game, and you can fuse any two Pokemon together. Like you find some really cool fusions, or you find really cursed ones, and somehow the cursed ones are some of the best ones. That was an easy first one. Honestly, I might save in between every race because, like, I'll be real. It's just in case the emulator crashes. Ooh, this is gonna be a really fun one. Let's get a drink of actual water before I do this. That said, I am still looking forward to ZA. Part of that is because it looks like they actually took their time with this game. Also, it's really funny, a year or so after, like, it airs in Japan, people are still talking about, like, those, like, last episodes of the previous series with, like, Ash. Like, people are still talking about it, and it's crazy. Like, I've seen clips of that last fight. Those are really good fights. Like, you can tell it was well animated. They poured a lot into that. I do think it's nice that they're finally moving on to new characters, like, entirely. Yeah, the Leon and Ash fight, yeah. Like, you can tell it's a really well-animated fight. I don't know. I kind of preferred the way X and Y was animated and drawn. Like, I understand that they went for a goofier, like, aesthetic starting from the Alola anime. I just kind of preferred how it was before that, but that's just me. So I guess I grew up occasionally watching the older anime. Like, the older designs are what I resonate with a little bit more. Yeah, I really don't like that they, like, block watching certain things behind subscription costs. Especially if you want an ad-free viewing experience, it's always annoying. I've seen some clips of the newer series, and I like the way that's designed. Like, it's not the same goofy look that Sun and Moon went for. Like, it feels like it's more like the older series in terms of design. Same could also be said for like movie viewing experience, because I enjoy watching movies once in a while. It's also kind of like why I like that YouTube does have movies that occasionally cycle through for free. Because then I can watch stuff I've never seen before, or stuff that I watched when I was younger that I want to rewatch. Like, completely random example, Bicentennial Man. Great Robin Williams movie. I did not mean to cut that corner, but I felt like I was going to lose control otherwise. Notice I enjoy, from a viewing experience, more animated features. Said it before, I'll say it again. I cannot wait for the next game for Gran Turismo 4 to like start streaming that, because adding a rear wing makes the car perform so much better. it gets moved to a streaming service, and like then it's just over for anyone who used to watch it on TV, because like they'll never see it on TV again. I feel like I have a bit of an odd relationship with streaming services, mostly because of... Oh god, I am so sorry to this missing. Because, like, I grew up without streaming services. Like, they weren't really a thing yet. The majority of my viewing experience growing up was through like cable TV. Like, you know, nothing too particularly fancy or glamorous, just, you know, whatever the networks provided and whatever I could view. God, that chicane corner thing is not friendly to this car at all. Slowly learning to properly, like, steer and drive this. Also, my right headphone just popped. What the hell? It still works, okay. I think it might be time I get a new headset. I'm hoping that whatever that pop was just on my end, and that nobody else got, like, their right ear destroyed but me. Ah, okay, so it was just me then. God, that actually reminds me of, like, my earlier days of streaming, like, back when I was streaming Ocarina of Time. and like my headset would occasionally like pop in and out, and like I would hear static, and then I would have to unplug and replug it. Good times. Had that happen to me in a good minute. You know, just reminiscing about old technical issues I would have during streams, you know. You would think, you know, I wouldn't be so nostalgic about technical issues I used to have. Every once in a while, it's nice to think back and be like, yeah, well, everything's a little bit better now. I'll be real, I totally forgot to watch the lizard thing that you sent me. I got distracted after that stream. Thing I learned recently. I hear Genshin Impact is stopping support of PlayStation 4. And it's really funny that I hear about that, because I thought they stopped supporting PlayStation 4 like a year or two ago. Those newer Hoyo games that are just like, they're on like modern PC now and on the newest generation of gaming consoles. I had no idea that Genshin had still been supporting a PlayStation 4 version of their game. Well, not anymore evidently, but like, considering that they did still for a while. I thought about bidding. Maybe after this lap, depending on how my tires look. You're having a good weekend so far, Ruby. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to bed. 5 30-minute races here. There are 10 of them. Technically, I'm doing 9 before doing the roulette reset, but if I want to hold this series, I do want to do that last one. So this might just be the entire stream at this point. That's not a bad thing. I don't know who all here watches The Amazing Digital Circus, but that new episode was wild. They had just like dropped a new episode a couple days ago. But no, the prize car I want to get from this is the F094S. For no particular reason, you know, I just want to get a free Formula 1. But you can't really get too many other places in this game. Also, like, the best performing one in the game. Yeah, that curve is not friendly. looks like it needs a wash. Alright, that's 2 really easy wins. Yeah, I'm not getting anything left off that. 2 easy wins. Alright, that's 2 out of 10 races. Ooh, okay. Yeah, my car is still dirty from that last race. Interestingly enough, I could have used the Severa Speed 12, Severa 12 that I had gotten from the Tuscan Challenge, but I really don't like how that thing drives in this game. It needs a lot of work. He's not performing the best here out of them. That's a bit of a shake-up. Oh, jeez. This thing does not like steering and braking at the same time.
that is to the other part of the track.
anyone else ever seen Mega Dragonite? Or, like, if they have yet? I'm kind of curious as to what other people's thoughts are on that. Your thoughts on it? Color me curious. Yeah, what are your thoughts on Mega Dragonite? That's fair. I think it's an interesting design, but I feel like it could be a little bit better. Yeah, it's always nice seeing that we get new megas. I'm not entirely sure what I was expecting with Mega Dragonite, to be honest. But whatever it was, it definitely wasn't anything like what we got. She's getting a Mega, but I don't think I've seen anything for it yet. Shiny Mega Dragonite's gonna look like. If they're gonna keep the green or if they'll further step into the Dragonair influence and make it blue. Someone actually linked what the control mapping is for Legend ZA as well. It looks like it's pretty intuitive. Like, the control scheme isn't that complicated. It's funny thinking, growing up, I used to really enjoy summertime. Because, you know, no school, right? And I got to go out swimming a lot. But, like, now that I've grown up, I don't mind the colder seasons as much as I used to. Spring has its own charms. Fall definitely has its own charms. like the cooler weather a lot more now. Then I get to like snuggle up in my blankets or like wear my favorite hoodies. The summer heat isn't exactly great for wearing favorite hoodies. Halloween as a holiday. One of those few days in the year where you can get away with going around in a costume and not feel weird for doing so. You just get to dress up, go around, and no one thinks you're weird for doing it, because everybody's doing it. Nothing like, you know, free candy, but candy's always good. Well, I guess it's not so much free now, because, like, I don't trick or treat. Wait, shit, what day does Halloween fall on this year? I'd have to work that way. Oh, I could do a fun little Halloween-themed Friday stream. That's always fun. I always enjoy October for stream time. Couple of Octobers for streaming, I've been doing like a lot more horror content. But I think this year for Halloween, I have a couple of ideas for like the month of October for streaming. One of my ideas was to go back and revisit Fatal Frame 5. It's like I played through that entire game on stream, but I could probably like do something fun with that, like play through the entire game, but like on the highest difficulty. finished Fatal Frame. I could also pick up the other Fatal Frame games I can get on the Switch. Because I think at least 4 is available. I just don't know how that one's gonna play, because that one played on the Wii. That one was a Wii title. Last October, I really went all out with the horror games. It was a lot of fun. Like, I played a lot of really interesting ones. Like, I played Bloodwash, I played, The Park, which was more of a psychological horror one than anything. Also played Splendor the Arrival this last year. That's another one I could revisit at some point and do like the highest difficulty. But I have a couple of interesting issues with that specific idea. Because I don't know about y'all, but Slender the Arrival is one of those games where, like, I can play it all the way through, but, like, every so often. Because a lot of what's in that game just goosebumps. See, this is why I chickened out of Nun Massacre, and I will always hold that against myself. Maybe that's something fun I could do for Halloween, is just suck it up and play Nun Massacre on stream. Really torture myself, you know? But, you know, for your guys' amusement. Really close to putting him another lap down. Alright, that's race number 3 done and dusted. I mean, I played Stay Out of the House. Nun Massacre shouldn't be that much worse, should it? Famous last words, right? Interesting headlight design. Another horror experience I want to revisit at some point would be Fears to Fathom. I gotta figure out a few things for that one. This was the last time I streamed that. I had a lot of stuff related to it. car I could have brought to this would have been like the Dodge Viper. I don't know if this felt like a really nice car to bring. Like I had a really good feeling about this one. Like, am I wrong? It's a good car.
are. Off of the design this has normally, I thought those would have been like pop-up headlights. What an interesting contrast to like expectations there. A bit of an interesting contrast to how it was at Midfield Raceway, where it like hated those early corners, but like here it loves these corners. Not too surprising that people are bidding already.
have these. No, did I? Not a Mustang since I think. I guess it makes sense though. Because he did just been. There's someone up there. I'm approaching the Z, alright. I'm doing pretty good so far. Keeping this at a pretty brisk pace through the truck. I know, like, back when I was doing testing, I looked at this car and I'm like, if this thing is allowed, this would be an absolutely wonderful machine to come here with. And I was right. but I'd be driving one of the staples of British sports cars for this kind of event. That's fine. Catching up with someone. I think that might have been one of the species. Yeah, it's one of the species. Yeah, now disease pitting. I wasn't too worried about him. excuse me. Where did that come from? Actually a pretty good corner there. Not spin the other direction, that would be great. Oh wow, not even halfway point of this series and I need an oil change. I gotta live with that for the whole rest of the series. Because this isn't like Gran Turismo 4 where you can just quit to the menu in the middle of the series to do an oil change. Really bad oil, but this thing's still performing really well. Go. Another easy win. Give me my money. Gonna save it real quick. Okay. We're gonna head over to the next session. So that way that's all loaded up and ready to go. I'm gonna take a quick break. And I'll be back. When I come back, we'll do the rest of the series. Okay, Wolfy back. Let's get back to the game. Hi. Hope no one missed me too much. There we go. There we go. That was a really good final hairpin. Yeah, I'm not that worried about the performance on this. I may be running on bad oil, but this thing drives amazingly. downhill with like at least one or two big jumps. Does look pretty good for a PS2 game. Wish I hadn't gotten it so dirty at the midfield, but at least it still looks nice. What an odd pit entry. Well, no, I just saw that pit entry. That's gonna be really fun going into later. If you can tell that specific aspect of this track was built more for the original orientation of this track in mind. And it always makes me nervous going into a jump while in a turned angle. Because it almost never lands well. Why I haven't been doing any qualifying segments for this event. Because the races already take so long, and it mainly boils down to just how much longer my tires last compared to everybody else's. The entire stream tonight is just me doing this series. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. Best. And then I immediately go and do that. That worked out. Tell that bit entry was made for the other version of this track. I'm going the normal way around. The way that enters in, going that direction. A little bit awkward going the other way. of a dicey way of entering that corner, but it worked out. I don't know how I didn't even, like, rush that wall on the entry. I probably should have.
few more times and I got it. Oh, okay. I'll send it in. Yeah, that little downhill segment isn't too bad if you know what you're doing with it. That's not what I wanted to do. Hello there.
good. And I'm 20 points over the guy in second place, so that's also a good sign. Okay. I was wondering when this one was coming up. Oh, excuse me. There we go. are we all holding up? We're still just kind of chilling. Once I'm not entering that corner, drifting the other direction. Let's go, that's a new bus. We're getting 5 laps in. Tires are warming up, I'm not like going off the track as much. Surprised that this series doesn't feature a test course race. Well, I suppose it does kind of make sense being a series race for street vehicles that are untuned. Like some of them, like they might have a really good like power-weight ratio, but with not a really good top speed. And those are the Mitsubishis. Joel's just having skill issues back there. Okay, that might be the Z up ahead. Yeah, that's him. Always nice to have a nice jam or just, you know, cruising. Always good to vibe to some good music. Set to stretch. Definitely feeling better now. Gotta de-shrink up by once in a while, you know? Not good for the back, you know? There is a race car version of this in this game as well. buy it, it has to be one from some, like a race or something. Just got on the pits too. say it again. The tires warm up on this thing just, it comes to life. It's a wonderful car. Damn, new personal best here. I'm going into the final lap, too. I think my other, like, my previous best time going almost like 2 whole seconds later. That happens when I lock in. I'm just like, I'm going for it, you know? Another win. Alright, cool. I got a few more of these to go. Well, hi. Ooh, okay. Alright. I'm picking up what this game's laying down. I'm picking it up. I'm not the only one. Just trying to take it easy. Now I'm starting to gap a little bit. Of course, it isn't really that hard to gap with this car specifically, because just because of the fact that it's just a lot faster than everything else. instances will have to fall into place for that. Has a really bad tendency to like slide in a specific direction when braking around a corner. And it's never the direction I want it to turn in. Once in a while. That great with like terminology for this sort of thing. They're pitting like 5 laps into the race. Yeah, I was talking about like, I don't know if anyone has been seeing it like throughout the stream. But every so often when I go to brake with this car, it catches a specific direction and like tries to drift that direction instead of going the direction I want to turn in. And it's never like drastically so. I'm like trying to figure out if there's like a specific term for that. For like the car doing that. I feel like it should have like a specific like term or something. was a vest? Well, that's not what I wanted. I didn't even realize that was there. I'm curious, do I have anybody in chat right now that knows like certain driving or racing terms, or can like help me figure out something? Totally cool if not. I'm just curious. See, no, it almost did it again. Like, it almost did it. again. I was wondering when it would. This team just slaps really hard. it just stops. Okay. Hold on, let me troubleshoot that. Doesn't shuffle when I want it to shuffle, it stops after a bit. YouTube playlists, am I right? And I got my best lap out of that. Sub 121. Well, having to pause for YouTube's bullshit, you know? Yeah, like the playlist just like stops. Yeah, I don't know what makes it keep doing any of that. It just does it, and then I have to like stop what I'm doing to start the playlist over. I swear playlists used to behave a lot better on YouTube. I did it again. I did it again. Had it in the bag from pretty early on, but you know. keeps doing that. That's probably my one thing about this car that I don't care for, is that it just keeps doing that. Okay, that was race 7. If I want to do the roulette, I gotta complete at least 2 more. Well, this is technically 7 of 10, but I'm not doing the 10th one because of the roulette manipulation. So there's like 2. But these have been pretty long races. As for race 10, I can easily just do that whenever to get the all gold on it. And it's special stage route 11, so like this is one of the longer courses. Yeah, how's that feel? Not so good when you get it, is it? Absolute moment I get cleaner in front of me, I just take off. Nah, you're good. You're good. Sometimes the AI in this game like to be assholes and like hit you when you're like trying to just race cleanly. It's a little more egregious because I'm in the professional league. They like to do that a lot more on the higher difficulties. A lap. This is gonna be a long race. Honestly, what I might do, depending on what time it is by the end of this race, I could save after this race and just finish it during tomorrow's stream. I did not think it would take this long to do this entire series. You know, here we are, this deep in. You kind of can't turn back once you start. Doesn't mean I can't, like, save in the middle and come back later, but, you know, kind of the beauty of this game is the game lets you do that. I know Gran Turismo 4 also kind of does that. Lets you save in the middle of the series. And then, like, the next time you load the game's like, oh, hey, you were in the middle of this, you want to go back to that? This game you save in the middle and it just loads you into it right off the bat. Signs are light up. Very glowy. I feel like I'm not able to gap as quickly with this race as I am with the races before. It's just because of all the tight corners. I'm gapping. That's good. That's what I get for looking at chat. Not bad so far. I'm this far into the Polyphony Digital Cup. Like, the only reason I'm doing this is for the Formula 1. Like, I'm not even going to use it at GT Pro. I already have my choice for that. I will say, I did not think that this series would take as long as it has been. This is like race 8. hold on. Quick question. Do you know any, like, technical racing terminology? I've been trying to get a question answered for the last, like, half hour. Okay. So, to explain, more than a few times, going around tracks, this car has a bit of a tendency, if you're braking while turning into a corner, sometimes it turns and drifts the wrong direction that you want to turn while braking into that corner. And I don't know what that's called. Happened to me quite a bit in the last race with Deep Forest too. It's like there's a really specific corner. You turn right to go into it, and you have to brake so that you can turn left, but because of that, it sends you drifting right instead of to the left. I've been trying to figure out if there's like a specific term for it. Not be a specific term, but I was curious as to whether or not there was. Ooh, new fast. Let's go. I wonder if I could get a sub 204 around here. I know a couple people who might know if there is something like a term for it. I'm surprised it hasn't done it that much here yet. But I might be jinxing myself by saying that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's like the specific corner in question at Deep Forest had a bit of an elevation, like a decline going into it. that might have been part of what was contributing to it. Otherwise, this has been a really nice car to drive. Worth the near 800 grand that this game makes you pay for it. Surprising that the Z and the Mustang are fitting together. That and the two, like, Evos fitting together happens a lot. Damn near 40-minute race. So I'm thinking I might finish the rest of it during tomorrow's stream. Because I put this song in the playlist. I coconut mall everybody every so often. I'm surprised you're like the first one to say anything about that specific song being in this playlist. The entire time I've had the playlist going during stream, no one else has said anything about it. I'm just like, nah, it's fine, we're getting coconut mauled, it's good. I mean, it could be worse. I could be throwing, God, I don't want to say the specific word, but it's like the high decibel Daiki Kasho at you. I don't want to say the specific word because that might get me, like, suspended or some shit. I'd much rather Coconut Mall than play ear-destroying Daiki Kasho. At least YouTube doesn't balk me for having the song in my VOD. I don't know, how funny would it be to admit that I've been doing this entire series for a Formula 1 that killed a guy? That is like actual canon, like, it actually happened. Like, I'm not even making it up either. The F094S actually did kill somebody. And they were like, nah, it'll be fine. Let's just put it in this game. No one will know. Except everyone's gonna know because they're gonna look into it. That's the wonderful thing about the internet. You don't want to underestimate anybody. Everybody's so smart. Except for when they're not. What are we owing? What is the O in reference to? That you're in front of this Evo and not the other Evo. I'm so confused right now about what we're talking about. I don't know what wisdom I just spread, but alright. I'm not going to question it, I'm just going to move on. Oh hey, I did get a sub 204 here. Nice. It took 20 minutes to get halfway through this race. I was talking to the game.
other ear is going to fit with him. Yeah, it's gonna fit with him. Okay. They've reunited. The two Mitsubishis have reunited. I was like checking if the playlist was shuffling. I didn't expect the rest of that pit lane to be so short. Yeah, it makes sense that they're fitting together as well. Oh, there's a Mustang. if I'll get the lap to see before the end of this race. I've been able to every other race. This looks really cool in me. This car. A lot of time every lap. I love the dichotomy of this this playlist. You got like intense Need for Speed music next to Diddy Kong racing. RNG just like, yeah, I'll shuffle it in whatever order I feel like, you know? You could have like a very intense song and then have the tension immediately broken by Coconut Mall or some shit. That's the chaotic energy I enjoy. Need for Speed carbon music next to Hot Top Volcano. I've learned to embrace this chaos. Oh, I think that's him. Yeah, there he is. Yeah. I was gonna say, I caught a glimpse of him for like a second. wow, that was a new best, too. That was me trying to go after this guy. Overtake there, for the most part. And more Need for Speed Carbon music. My playlist so much. It's chaotic just like me. Everything has to be perfect for that to happen. lot of fun for a series that only allows stock cars. Like stock road-going cars. The other Evo, the white one. Oh my god. That was a long one. Game, what are you doing to my car? I do technically have one more race after this. But do I want to do that and just get it over with? Because that's probably going to be another, like, long race. I mean, it's gonna take me over 5 hours if I do, but, you know, it isn't like I got anything super crazy planned afterward. I could probably just... Because, like, I want to get this to a point where I can do the roulette reset. And I could probably just do race 10 off stream as a single race. To just all gold it. Because I do want that Formula 1. Okay, you take care. Here's this last race anyway. This. Ooh. You know what? I really want that Formula 1. This'll definitely be well over my usual stream time, but you know what? It's for this. It wouldn't be the first time I've gone over 5 hours on a stream before. I think the last time was when I played Doki Doki Literature Club. What a time that was. Let's get that music rolling. This is a bit more of a speed-centric track. Yeah, I love Grand Valley. It's pretty nice. Currently, the plan is just finish this race, save, and then we'll let reset till I get through Formula 1. It's gotta be the cold tires that were making me stiff there. Wild of them to make every race in the Polyphony Digital Cup just 20 laps regardless of the length. thing's gonna need a really deep clean. It's just been a lot of fun to drive. The nice part about this is it's starting to cool off where I'm at, so I can actually have my window open and the fan just like cycling in the cooler air. So I'm actually pretty comfy right now. Which makes for a change. A really nice change. Yeah, that's not surprising. These two always put together and pretty early. Another one of those 40-minute races. I signed up for this. I like this version a little bit better just because of the sunset. Really funny that just going to super slick tires just trivializes a lot of stuff in this game. So yeah, longer lasting tires. Why not? only achieved that because I drafted at the end of that lap. I'll still take it. Must be the Mustang. Similar higher degradation rate. Either end of this lap or next lap, hopefully. try to stretch them one more lap. I'll stretch these out another lap. Just to kind of keep my consistent lap 12 or 13 good time. found it really funny in this game, they just call it Pickford instead of Port of Australia. But that's essentially what it is. What this stream has essentially become is just buy a really good British supercar and then put almost 500 miles on it. Might be. Yeah. Wow. Actually did a sub 158 here. Guess it can be done. Going on with this right now. might be the skyline. Catching up to them. Still got to get the car from the roulette though. my best. It's over. Not quite as long, a couple minutes shorter than the last race. Alright, let's go see how lucky my roulette luck is, like how good my roulette luck is. Also, I have bumped my... Let's save one more time. I hope I have some good luck, because I'm nearly 6 hours into this, and I really want... I really want it to be quick. How much do I get for this? Oh, wow. I pretty much... This Jaguar pretty much made its money back. The money I spent on it. Alright. First try? No, not first try. God like, still good car, but like, god damn it. It's a 1 out of 4 chance. I'm pretty sure I'll get it. Oh, the last race, too. Feeling pretty good after all that. This entire series pretty much paid for the Jaguar. Wow, if only I didn't already have one of these. Third time's the charm? You never know. You never know. Come on. It's right there. God. God damn it. God damn it. I want it. The game knows what I want and it's keeping it from me. That's why it's doing that. It does that every time. It's just like Skyrim. If I want something really bad, the game just does not want to give it to me. It's like, oh, what's this? You spent 5.5 hours on this and you want this? Nah. Come on, it's a 25% chance. I mean, that's a good color. But no. I already got that. If I wanted another one, I'd just do the Tuscan challenge again. And then just reset for color, but at that point, like, I'll be pulling my hair out, resetting it for hours. Okay, I've gotten everything but this Formula 1. Can we just... Can we just give it to me? Almost 6 damn hours. Let's just... Please. It is right there. It is literally, like... Come on. Yes! Let's fucking go. Best car in this entire game, essentially. Or at least Formula 1, anyway. Hell yeah. I think before I, call it... You desperately need this. It's like night and day. I'll say it one more time. This car killed a guy. I literally won a death trip. Let's go. God damn. 875k for selling this? I don't know. I went out of my way for this. I'm keeping this. I didn't even care what color it came in. I just cared that I got it. And I happen to get it in my favorite color, so, like, you know, that works out for me. Well, I am tired, so we are gonna find someone to raid. I don't know. Did you say that was worth it? I'd say it's worth it. Okay. We're gonna close the emulator because I'm all raced out for the night. I'll be real. Okay, let's see who's currently streaming.
You know what? No, this'll be funny. We're gonna raid, Splat Poyo, who is currently playing Fortnite. Why am I raiding a Fortnite stream? Because I said so. We're doing it. It'll be a fun time. Don't worry about it. Okay, and while that's getting ready, thanks for hanging out. Really, I can appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with more, Gran Turismo. Got some more stuff to do before I, decide I want to do the, Gran Turismo World Pro. So, you know, I get hopping right onto that. So until then, stay safe, stay warm or cool wherever you might be, and I'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully not for as long, because I am exhausted. So I'll see ya.